Well, I'm just going to be doing a lot of sketches and stuff. I'll answer some students' questions when they come in, but we're going to be reacting to a bunch of musics. I mean, not music, videos and stuff like that. I'm listening to music in my ear. But yeah, we're going to be focusing a lot on that. So yeah, if you're gonna watch this live, that's what's gonna be happening. And I'm just gonna be fooling around making a bunch of sketches, trying to practice and all that great stuff. So yeah. Okay, so let me see. Just make sure before I'm gonna wait for everyone to come in before we start the video. Just wanna make sure you guys can hear it once I play it.
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and I got quite a variety of things to go over today. From the entire...
Okay, Endymion. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pull this out right there. Alright, so shit, they changed shit. Great. Hey Bob, what's going on? Turn this. There we go. Okay. 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 Okay, that's that. Okay, that. That. Okay. There we go. And then what we'll do is just gravity right here. Okay. There we go. Hello. Adventure time. Funny. Going back to my journey in the southern. Okay. Not turn. Okay, like this. There we get that from the knee, and there we go. Hello everyone, those are coming in. Okay. Hello. How goes it? Okay, up like this. Okay. All going well. Usually just go to Pinterest and then you add like you go to Pinterest and then you go to Pinterest. Guys, more likes brings in more people. We did hit the likes. We haven't gotten any falls in a long time. Alright, so like okay, so when I make my characters is usually a mix between two poses making one whole new pose. Anything else? Thank you for the heart, I appreciate it. Okay, like that. Actually, you know what I'll do?
Sub_Hershey lurk.
Hey Hershey, what's going on?
Hi teach from Rose.
Hey, what's going on?
Heartbroken.
Why? What happened?
He broke up with me.
Well, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, hon. You'll be fine. You know, you always gotta think of it this way. When someone breaks up with you, they're doing you a favor. They're ultimately doing you a favor, if you think of it. So you should, like, I know you're not happy about it, but be honest, you're gonna be better off anyway. It's better someone break up with you now than later, because what if you get, like, entangled with them much longer, whether it's with kids or money or house or renting or whatever the hell, and then you have to break up with them. And then if you're like extremely invested, that they just ruined your entire life. So, in a way, they kind of saved you from themselves. So that's a win, to be honest. So don't see it as a loss, see it as a potential win. I think that's a win, that someone respects you enough to not string you along, but bring up with that breaks up with you under the conditions that maybe they just don't feel the same way, or they just not really committed. It's better to get a person who's not committed and break up with you now than get with someone who pretends to be committed, wait, and then do some fuck shit and then ruins your entire life, and then you're like, fuck, I can't get that time back. Like, it's not like, if you've been with someone like for 2 months compared to like 20 years, you know what I'm saying? You gotta compare the two. You know what I'm saying? So that's a win in that sense. So don't see it as a loss. Secondhand smoke and the passion you see. Feeling nothing but the mountain murder anything for me. Feeling want deep after everything for me. Oh, damn. When you said that, nothing like you know me. I feel like you never done it, never just about me. In the death rat sounding up and lonely. 6 feet under.
Says what after you used to draw.
Clips do you paint? Told me. Don't have behind. Seeing secondhand smoke from the fashion street. Nothing left the body, but no reason to leave. Feeling like me, running over to me. If you want the same one I have, it's in the link in bio.
Says him back.
Mm.
Says it Clip Studio Paint. Says, man, it's been a busy day. You, how's your day been so far, Teach?
Boring and not busy.
Says, how do you record every panel? Do you use OBS?
Record every panel. What do you mean record every panel? You mean platform or panel? Like, how do I stream to every platform you're saying?
Says, how do you record every stream?
I use Restream. IO. You pay $19 a month.
Says, I did not know that.
Yeah. Let's see. You can also use Streamlabs. They do that too. But I don't think Streamlabs has as much as compared to Restream. Fucking Hollywood Pro. You probably would know. Is that Slumdog Millionaire Bollywood, bro? And Juice, and then different views. And Jekyll, and then different rules. And different views. And then different rules. I never get to use. I got my chicks and twos. Gotta go. Money, motherfucker, if it ain't one from it, motherfucker. Alright. Me dig. Oh, about that because I shoot first. Pussy's next game. Leave on the fucking plane. Amen. In the same. Look me. And you can never push me. It's money, motherfucker, and they ain't running when it run from it, motherfucker. Alright. I'm a blue person. I don't bust back because I shoot fire. Gumbo that. Oh, money, motherfucker. Ain't run from it, motherfucker. Alright. You dig? Come on, bus back, cause I shoot fire. Alright. So I just leave some. I made a little bit of a. I made it look more 3D. Do you guys like how 3D that looks? Oops. I made it more 3D looking. I don't know if you guys can actually see it, but.
Says yeah.
It's a new technique I learned from a Japanese artist. I think it's working, but it's rough, but I think I'm getting the hang of it to a certain extent. I just wanted to see if I can do it. Oops.
Says which Japanese artist?
I don't even know his name. I think it's Nekamo something illustration. He has a VTubing. He has a VTubing avatar that is literally a hand. It's a hand with teeth, like two hands with teeth. It's really weird. It's kind of cool, but like it's fucking insane. He's a professional artist. He does a lot of work with like for like gacha games and stuff. All right, I'm gonna do one more, and then after that, I'm gonna switch to Twitch and YouTube, and do some hot takes. I'll do like two videos of a hot take, and then call it a night. Okay. Shut up. Collect the new soul. Shut the fuck up. I don't even neglect any shit. You're just a victim to yourself. Let's see here.
Says I'm back.
Welcome back.
Says who you drawing.
I'm doing a quick gesture drawing. Not really drawing this character, drawing the gesture.
Says you good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Refresh One with me dogs for following.
Thank you. Guys, the more likes, it brings in more people. So if you guys start liking, a lot of people will come in. Okay. We're going to use this.
Thank you, Refresh One with me dogs for X 105 likes.
Thank you. We're at 5. Let's see if we can get to 10. So let's hit them likes. So we'll go to the For You page.
One with me dogs for X 195 likes.
It might or may not. There we go.
Thank you, Refresh One with me dogs for X 285 likes.
Thank you. Okay. Now this arm here is too elongated. It needs to be fixed. That's what needs to be. This is the biggest problem here so far.
Thank you, Refresh One with me dogs for X 390 likes.
Thank you. Let's see if we can get more people. Everyone as a whole start liking. We got up to 5. I don't know what's with TikTok lately. I think what's happening is that they're suppressing artists. Or just me, probably just me. I don't know, it's weird.
Says I did 365 likes.
Yeah. The problem is we need a whole people, like the 5 of you guys start liking. So it brings in more people, not just one person. I think that's how it works. 6, okay, if we have 6 then we can keep liking. It'll bring in more people. 7, bring in more people. There we go. I think that's how it works. It doesn't work by just one person. I think it works by like most of the whole. So if like 4 out of the 6 is liking, it'll bring in more people, or 5 out of 6, or all 6 will start liking. I think that's how it works. I'm not totally sure. I could be wrong. Some days up, sometimes like up, sometimes up. I need you to see me for what I have come. Fire on the way. Feel fire.
Thank you, Bright Close for X 572 likes.
I don't know. I think something's going on. I think they turn on a new switch that makes it difficult. I don't think lives are where it is anymore, as it was like a month or 2 ago. I think they did something. I'm not surprised that they did. Ever since they took like music out of the TikTok, I think that's what ruined it mainly for most people to come on TikTok. Thank you for the 7 people. Let's bring in more likes. Bring in 7.
Says 7 people.
Alright. We usually be bringing thousands of people here when there's just one girl.
Retro
There's
Close
8. Okay, there's
752
8.
likes.
I'm seeing 8. 9. There we go. I think it's working. I think that's how. I think it hinges mainly just on the likes at this point.
Says I took my phone.
I got you. I got you. 8.
Thank you, Refresh One with me dogs for X 578 likes.
8. Let's try to get the 10.
Thank you, Retro Close for X 850 likes.
And I don't know what others to remember on the phone.
Says when my
Thank you,
mom was
Refresh One with
sleeping.
me dogs for X 668 likes.
Okay. Of innocence.
Thank you, Retro Close for X 943 likes.
Sorry about that.
Says I should be in bed.
So you should go to bed.
Thank you, Retro Close for X 1048 likes.
Okay. Like that.
Thank you, Retro Close for X
And then it's gonna be
1129 likes.
straightforward like this.
Says it's for PM for me. What time is it for you?
It's
Says I think
6:57
my
p.m.
mom will be mad.
6:57 p.m. Okay.
Says I love her a lot.
Thank you. Now we gotta move on to the next one. Ooh, I like this one.
Thank you, Smith for X 94 likes.
We're at the 9. Let me see if we can get to.
Says what kind of things are you drawing?
Just random gesture drawings.
Says can you do the Q-Next?
I'm avoiding drawing men because it doesn't bring people in, sadly enough. Because whenever I draw men, it definitely doesn't go nowhere. So I know that women do bring in.
Says I can't sleep.
And I'm doing just gestures. I'm not doing like full characters. And I already did Gojo several times already. And it's in my thing I posted. See here. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Like that. And then like this. Okay. Then arm is like this. As this hand goes right here. Okay. Okay, and the arm is like this.
Says can you do your Connects?
Uraraka. I'll do the gesture, but not the character. That's fine.
Says thanks.
Okay. I want the expectations. I know. I don't. Now be a destination. Got to say. Why is it? There we go. I'm like so close for like no reason. I won't.
Says what's the like goal?
I'll say 10,000. I'll say 5,000. Destination. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Do the Raka.
Thank you, Refresh One with me, dogs, for X 758 likes. Thank you, Refresh One with me, dogs, for X 852 likes.
I know the judge of me. Don't have harder than you need. Expectations.
Thank you, Refresh One with me, dogs, for X 942 likes.
The destination. Again, I got to say.
Thank you, Refresh One with me, dogs, for X 1047 likes. Thank you, Refresh One with me, dogs, for X 1137 likes.
10. We're at 10. If we can get the 5, we'll get the 10,000. I'll do another one.
Refresh One with me, dogs, for X 1227 likes.
Once you get the 5, get the 10.
What's up, everyone? It's Endymion, and I got quite a variety of things.
I just realized I was on mute. So for those who don't know, I'm going to be listening to a Demion explain about his mass axis as Baldur's Gate 3, Debs Reject, Modern Gaming, and plus Skulls and Bones is a woke disaster. Since I don't like woke ideology, I'll be talking about Baldur's Gate, or at least what um Demion talks about. So we're gonna play this and see what he says. If you want to hear what I have to say, or at least hear what he's saying in the video that I'm reacting to, come to YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, or Kick, and then all that great stuff. You won't be able to hear it on TikTok because TikTok is sensitive. Pansies, so might as well just get us out of the way. So I'm gonna play this now.
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and I got quite a variety of things to go over today. From the entire Baldur's Gate 3 development studio shaming the entire gaming industry in front of everyone, to not one but two mod sites banning mods from games because they allegedly don't align with their policies.
Oh my god.
And one of those mods they banned is just insanely ridiculous, but we'll get to that and more. Firstly, let's start with Baldur's Gate 3. Recently, the DICE Awards happened, which is an award show that is more low-key compared to something like the Game Awards. The DICE Awards are more so a personal ceremony where actual development studios vote amongst themselves to say which games they believe deserve the most recognition from the year prior.
Okay.
So there's no game trailers or Timothy Chalamet's on stage, which honestly thank God, because I would rather see actual devs presenting awards than some out-of-touch celebrity, but anyways. Of course, unsurprisingly at the DICE Awards, Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year, which I think we can all agree is much deserved considering it was one of the most, if not feature-complete games of last year.
Okay.
Completely eclipsing everything else that was released when it came to player choice and depth. But while this was a time of celebration, Larian Studios also knew that every major game publisher and studio head was in that room at that same time. So instead of just thanking everyone for the award, Larian collectively on stage, from producers, devs, directors, they all stood there together and they blasted their own industry. I figure
What? So they blasted the whole industry right up there on stage?
you just listened to what Larian Studios said at DICE, so let's hear them out.
Okay.
This is existential to us, as you can tell from all the emotion on David's face. We're very lucky. We've had a lot of stage time. Others are not so lucky. This is a really human industry, and we're really bad sometimes at showing that.
Animation is
No.
hard.
I want to hear what he has to say. I don't care.
Showing developers what they're worth and showing the players at home that we care about them. It's kind of the elephant in the room, especially surrounded by all this opulence, which, you know, can only go so far. Without people, we would not be standing here. Without the people that work on these games, we would not be standing here. Many, many people will let go at the start of this year. I want you all to know that you are talented and that you matter and that you are the future of this industry. Don't let that flame be extinguished by our collective mistakes. I know that everyone here is scared because shit's really up. All of your projections are wrong, and it's scary. But we persevere as an industry, we will persevere as an industry, and you will all find your place, and you will all be welcomed back with open arms. And we'll still be making games for the players and for you, and with these guys.
To add to
Can I not gift on this platform yet?
that, a lot of people probably want to know what's the secret to your success. Last year I started thinking the secret to our success is the decisions that we make come from what does the player want? What do I think is best for the game? What is the most fun? What is the most crazy? People telling us we shouldn't do this, or we can't do it, or this is too challenging or too hard, like it was already said here today. that usually just gives us a kick up the arse to actually make it happen. The stuff that we make at Larian is we ask you to pay one price only for the game, and that's it. You can own it for the rest of your life.
I can't hear.
We don't have shareholders, but we also don't think about them. And we think there's an expression in Dutch that honesty lasts longest or something. There's probably a version in English as well that makes a lot of sense. But what we have tried in the last 20 years is to treat people like we would like to be treated ourselves as players, as gamers. So we don't make decisions where we think this could make us the most money. On the long run, building a community, building a player base, building games that are actually fun is going to make you the most money. That's it. Thank you.
And as you can see, Larian took their time, around 3 minutes in total on a stage in front of all the people who make the big decisions in modern gaming, and effectively took a massive middle finger to all of them and said, you suck and you need to do better. And honestly, how amazing and based is that? Larian, of course, like it was said, doesn't really answer to shareholders since the company
Are you
is largely
talking right
owned
now
by Sven
because your
Vink
mouth
and
is moving but I don't hear?
Good. That is amazing. What just happened? Yo, that's crazy cool that they just literally gave a big middle finger to all these game devs. Like, take that. We don't answer to our stupid shareholders, you losers.
his wife. He's the guy you've seen in plenty of Larian behind the scenes footage wearing suits of armor and being an absolute nerd. Sven directed
Nice.
Baldur's Gate 3 along with games like Divinity Original Sin and more. This guy has climbed out of the mud of going nearly bankrupt multiple times, surviving game crashes and the allure of corporations trying to buy his soul. And to have his company be not only elevated to such a godlike status thanks to the incredible success of Baldur's Gate 3 is not only great to see, but it's honestly inspiring too. And they're
Nice.
right when they say they don't believe in nickel and diming players constantly like so many other development studios and publishers out there. Of course, I don't necessarily blame the devs for these monetization choices like cash shops, skin bundles, and whatever else. These concepts were born out of the business side of gaming, the guys in the suits who don't actually play video games,
They just make
but
a
only
bunch
care
of stupid
about
decisions.
making as much money as possible in order to buy another yacht or house or both. And yet it's also because of these insanely out-of-touch rich monsters that the gaming industry has lost
Rich
so
monsters.
many developers in the last year alone. Around 16,000 developers were let go
Thank
in
you.
the last year so far. To put that into perspective, Larian is around 300-ish devs, so that would mean around 53 full Larian studio-sized teams worth of developers lost their jobs due to the moronic decisions of producers and investors.
Red licorice or
crazy.
black licorice? I
That
say
is
both.
crazy.
Oh, you think you've had licorice?
Who strong-armed gaming into adding as much monetization as possible, amongst other things. You've also likely seen recently that there's games out there which embody the antithesis of what Baldur's Gate 3 stands for. Look at Skull and Bones from Ubisoft, which has released to overwhelmingly negative reviews from both critics and players alike. The game has
that's
been
not
called a
good.
quadruple A game, which is what Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot said famously when asked why their ship battling game has so much monetization in it, while also asking for $70 American as well in order to play it. Well, that's because the game is just so full of quality, but in reality, it's bullshit. And in a lot of
that's
ways,
not
Skull
good.
and Bones is the next major flop of 2024 alongside Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
Okay.
And both games, surprisingly, have a lot in common as well.
Okay.
Skull and Bones has been in development hell for 10 years. Suicide Squad took 9 years. And both games are based on the ideas and designs of games much better than they are. In Skull and Bones' case, it's Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which I still consider to be the greatest pirate game of all time. And it's even more pathetic when you have videos like this one showing how Skull and Bones is actually
Is Black Flag really the shit, as people say? Is it that good of a pirate game that happens to be a Assassin's Creed? Is it really that good of a game? It doesn't, like, I don't know. I've never played the game, so I've always wondered, is it actually that good? Oh, okay. Okay. I believe you because for me it's like the last time I played Assassin's Creed was like, was it the one with Ezio? I think that was the last one. I think that's Assassin's Creed 2. If I remember right. I should give it a try. Okay. I should give it a try.
actually less technically impressive than Black Flag.
Nice. What the hell? Bro, what is he doing? Oh, okay. He's showing the difference between Black Flag and Skulls and Bones, and its graphics. I kind of like Black Flags. It feels more realistic. The movement's much more realistic.
Over 10 years since its release. I mean, just look at this nonsense. And in Suicide Squad's case, it's the same with Batman Arkham. Actually, recently, I went back and replayed through Arkham Asylum again. I beat the game again on hard, I got all the Riddler trophies, and I'm close to maxing out the challenges. This will be the third time I've now 100%ed Arkham Asylum. Once on Xbox 360, once on PS3, and now on PS4 via my PS5. And playing through Arkham Asylum again in 2024 made me realize just how far gone this entire games industry is.
It's gone, yeah.
Or I guess I should say mostly from a Western standpoint.
Yeah,
Rocksteady, back in 2009 when Asylum released, man, they were cooking like crazy. There were so many industry forward-thinking ideas in this game, from its combat, its cutscenes, the Metroidvania, labyrinthian-esque world design, and amazing stealth gameplay, not to mention how the game doesn't overstay its welcome and uses its IP to deliver some outstanding moments. Batman Arkham Asylum, to me anyway, is still one of my favorite games I think I've ever played. And when you compare
when I think of it now, when people ask me this question, what's your favorite game? I think my favorite Western game from the game industry is probably Batman Arkham Knight. Arkham, the Arkham series. I just think Batman is just the best Western game, honestly. I'm not actually drawing this character. I'm not even actually drawing the character. I'm drawing the gesture alone. I'm not really drawing the character. It just happens to be because that's what Souls asked me to draw, the gesture.
The games of today, the Suicide Squads and Skull and Bones, I would argue it's superior in every way. There's no always online components, no stupid nickel and diming from all angles, forcing RPG mechanics, or
like whatever happened to just a DLC and that was it? Whatever happened to that? That's just a DLC and that's it. Why does it have to be a bunch of different skins and a package and all this stuff? What happened to that? I remember when gamers used to complain about DLC. DLC is... I'm pretty sure more gamers want DLC than they want microtransactions. And I know like DLC is pretty much a microtransaction, but it was like one whole microtransaction and that was pretty much it. Now Destiny did a really crappy job at this when they force you to have... You have to have the DLC just to play with your friends. Most predatory thing I ever seen in my entire life, because if you don't have DLC you can't play with your friends at all, and you can't have like some DLC. Like if you play Gears of War, you may not have like Pavilion or some other, I can't remember all their names, or Avalanche, I can't remember from the top of my head based on their names, but if you didn't have these maps, you can still play on the other defaulted maps with your friends with no problem. No, with Destiny, if you didn't have the maps, you couldn't. I don't think you was even allowed to play on the defaulted maps that was on Destiny and Destiny 1 or even 2, I think. It was that bad. For you to play a game, you actually have to have all the DLC. And then they came to realize you have to be rich to play this game, because if you don't have DLC, you can't play with your friends. And that was like one of the main highlights of playing the games with your friends. Playing Destiny by yourself is boring. It is boring to play Destiny by yourself. It is just... I don't know anyone who just plays Destiny by themselves. It's big lame. That was terrible. I did not like that. I'm like, what? I can't play with my friends? Like, are you serious? I need to have like 5-6 different expansions just to play with my friends, or play any of the raids with them? Like, what? Like, you know what? I'm out of here.
Honestly, if more
Yeah,
games
Destiny
took the path of Warframe, they might do a lot better.
Yeah, if they like, I heard good things about Warframe. Like for some reason, the industry is just kind of sleeping on Warframe for some odd reason. Because I hear that good things about Warframe. It's had a long community base for a very long time.
Yes, you can buy stuff, but you can also farm everything, but it's harder.
I'd rather that than being forced to play something I didn't, or being forced not to play something I paid for. And that's the funniest thing about Destiny 1. Yeah, because that was the problem with Destiny 1. You bought that game. I think the game came in price. It wasn't free. I think Destiny 2 is free now. I think. You guys can correct me on that. I think Destiny 2 is free now. You can actually download the game for free. But same thing like Overwatch. You had to pay $50 to $60 for Overwatch, the first game. I remember when my friend, he paid for Overwatch because we was game sharing. So he must have been really angry when he found out that Overwatch 2 ended up being free, because it's just because if you port Overwatch 1, you're just getting Overwatch 2 for free. But really, we all just figured out that Overwatch 2 is just a glorified expansion for Overwatch 1. It's just Overwatch 1, but just... It's Overwatch 2, but Overwatch 1 and just general. It is what it is. It's no different from Overwatch 1. There's no difference, really. The only difference between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 is that I guess Overwatch 2...
Or just trade goods in general.
I like that. You trade goods with other people. That's pretty cool. I don't think you can do that in Destiny, can you? You can't... I don't think you can share stuff with other people in Destiny like that. 5, yeah, expansion. Yep, you couldn't do crap. You had to have all the DLC. If you are a person who didn't... If you bought the base game of Destiny... I don't know if it works on Destiny 2. I haven't touched Destiny 2 in a long ass time. Like, in a long time.
I don't remember the gaming, except people said Overwatch 2 had, like, more graphics.
No, there was...
I
remember I watched that devlog thing that they was glorifying so much after they came out with that whole we're not doing PvE thing. Like, I remember what they said. They said, they kept on talking about how all the guns sound realistic. I'm like, dude, who cares if the gun sounds realistic? Is PvE in the game? Is story mode in the game?
Overwatch 2 looks the same as Overwatch 1 to me.
Yes, it's the same game. And then what's worse is, like, this is why the idea of skins are kind of dumb, because when you bring Overwatch 2 onto the forefront, right? And everyone's looking different, it's just a skin at this point. It's not a graduation of what the characters has become to this point. It's literally a skin. Like, when I look at Tracer's, like, Overwatch 2 outfit, her defaulted Overwatch 2 outfit, it's no different from the Overwatch 1 outfit, except like a few minor details. It doesn't feel like a big change between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. And given the fact that the game is known to having like skins, like if the Overwatch 2 skins look like crap, I'm like, this is very underwhelming. if you get what I'm saying, like it feels very underwhelming to know that Overwatch 2 skins doesn't feel all that great compared to like Overwatch 1. It just feels like the same thing. It doesn't feel like an upgrade. And then when they kept on talking about how, oh, that sucks. Oh, yeah, you're right. You couldn't trade it, right, from the DLC.
It's not like League where you can crack boxes you bought with in-game currency and get skins from playing the game.
Yeah, that was wild. I tell you.
Be a support hero today.
I don't know what
By
happened to
using
gaming.
commands like /donation
I
and
think gaming
/cash
went
app.
downhill since 2012 or like late 2012, early 2013. I think right at like late 2012, early 2013, or mid 2013, and that's when everything went left.
Loot and just delivers an all meat, no filler experience that you can complete in a reasonable amount of time, which is great for me considering how much I work when it comes to YouTube. Not to mention, both Skull and Bones and Suicide Squad are live service games when the games they take inspiration from are not. Funny how that works. And Baldur's Gate 3, in my opinion, harkens back to the days of...
If I remember correctly, I heard that Overwatch was starting to become popular again along with Overwatch 2.
That's debatable. I'm not gonna lie, that is debatable as hell. I don't think I think if I remember right, Overwatch has this thing going on with this whole Face It thing. I think they're trying to bring back the esports thing back, but just very slowly, without going head or balls deep into that. Because as everyone knows, the Overwatch League is gone, but the esport is not gone per se. If I'm right, they have this thing called Face It, right? I think those who know what Face It is, an app that allows you to make tournaments per se from an app or something.
It was like 5 or 6 months ago, I think, thinking Face, but I remember hearing it was making a comeback. I'm waiting to see how people handle the incoming video game economic crash that's long overdue.
I'm waiting for that crash too. I kind of want to see what happens when that crash comes. What do you think about Mortal Kombat? If you're talking about the latest one, I heard it's booty cheeks, and plus the women are not that pretty, which is kind of obvious because, well, it's a Western game. Westerners made the game, so obviously it's not going to be, of
the latest
par.
were garbage.
Thank you for the follow. Last word garbage. Yeah, I heard that Mortal Kombat 1 was an extreme disappointment, and it was even more disappointment when it came to the Nintendo Switch. I heard that the graphics was totally bogged down. There was frame rate problems. It was bugs. There will be glitches.
Do you like the game Red Dead Redemption?
I have played Red Dead. I do have Red Dead. I haven't touched it since. I haven't gotten playing that. That was funny because I never got to play X. Actually sat down and play it because I had Xbox Live. What do you call it? Xbox Gold Pass or Game Pass, and I downloaded it and I was going to play it, but every time I got around to playing it, I got distracted by something else. Kind of want to give it a try. I don't know, Nintendo. I don't know what's going on with the Japanese. I know they got smart people
Honestly,
over there.
I liked Red Dead Undead Nightmare more.
When it comes to gaming, Nintendo, I don't know what's going on. Nintendo really needs to bring up their game when it comes to power and multiplayer. I know that's been a big problem for Nintendo. Nintendo and multiplayer is like water and oil. It just doesn't work. It just does not work. It's weird.
Like Batman Arkham Asylum or Black Flag. These are the kinds of games players
Red Dead
want.
Redemption is
Honestly,
awesome.
I implore you, if you're thinking of playing something right now that is short and amazing, go play Batman
Oh wait, I just realized. Are you guys turned off? Hold on. I just realized you guys was turned off the entire time. The voice. Yeah, it was been turned off this entire time. So the whole time the audience didn't hear anything you guys say. Alright, let me see. There we go. Alright.
Arkham Asylum, and you will come to realize just how well that game holds up mechanically, graphically, and quality-wise when compared to the misfires of today. Baldur's Gate 3's devs were right to blast the industry because it's quickly becoming a cesspool of inept laziness where experiences are more like casinos than games. Need I remind you when an Ubisoft executive said that players need to become comfortable with not owning their games? And of course, when Vic whipped his meat out and slapped Ubisoft's executives across the face when he denounced their moronic opinions on Twitter. I did a whole video on that already, so I'll be brief. But Sven basically said Ubisoft is stupid and this push for players not owning the games they buy is wrong, and he's right. And it's clear based on the sort of games that keep winning Game of the Year at these awards.
No, I kept it low for a reason, because like if YouTube people was watching this, they would get annoyed with the voice, because I don't think a lot of people likes the Rocket Raccoon
Same
voice.
is happening with D&D, and that's why I'm crafting my own module for D&D.
Says okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I get a lot of complaints on why people don't like the, people don't like the Rocket Raccoon voice. It's very weird to me. But I think people who accept the Rocket Raccoons, people who are on TikTok already.
Award shows almost never adhere to the modern gaming skeleton that these executives and producers demand. For example, in 2009, Sekiro won Game of the Year, and for good reason. I would argue that Sekiro is like Batman Arkham Asylum, a game with all meat and no fat. Its combat was brilliant, and it wasn't too long. It also has zero microtransactions.
Oh my god, you have no idea.
Then, of course, in 2022, you had Elden Ring, and then Baldur's Gate 3 also won their years respectively with top honors. And I don't know about you, but if we're going to talk about quadruple A game experiences, which is a moronic concept to begin with, but let's entertain the idea at least. You tell me, what seems more fitting of an outlandish claim like that? Skull and Bones with their crap presentation, lifeless world, and full suite of microtransactions, or a game that is set within the lands between with no microtransactions, over 100 hours of content, and tons of secrets like Elden Ring? Or Baldur's Gate 3 with its thousands of decisions, story branches, and depths of gameplay. What I believe is happening is that these executives like Ubisoft's CEO are so greedy they are trying to make up new terms to justify charging people more.
Yeah, I'm really under the impression that the gaming industry is not, it's there's a bubble coming, but like what I'm I'm starting to realize is that they're not making these microtransactions because they just need to make a game. They're just making more money because they can. Just because they can, not because they are in need of money. It's because they want to make more money. And nothing's wrong with making more money. Nothing's wrong with that. But you have to put your customer first, because they're going to be the very thing that they're the very blue lifeblood to your whole business. If you're not respecting your customer, they're not going to come. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make any sense, right?
No, they're obsessed with it.
Yeah, they're definitely obsessed with it. This is why. I think a lot of gamers like myself is looking forward to that whole gamer crash. We want to see what happens when that happens, and I think things are has to change completely with this live
Smash
service
Brothers
nonsense.
Ultimate is still good.
Yes, people are still playing Smash. Sakurai said he's not playing another game, and the number one game that people are still playing when it comes to fighting games and tournaments is Smash. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the problem here. They think live service. Look at Smash right now. If most people will put in their top 10s, Smash Brothers is in that top 5, or at least in their top 10s, but definitely in the top 5. Maybe not the top, but in their top 5 at least. Smash is a great game. It's been around since what, 2002? Like the franchise I'm saying as a whole. So like, or at least no, I'm lying. That's in like 94, 95. No. 99, I think. I think it came in 98. No, 98, I think. But like, Jesus, like it's like there's people still playing old games up to this day, and the fact that you guys are saying that you gotta get used to
especially the gaming industries that have been very, very successful. They're more than billionaires, or maybe even more.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
They throw money like it's not even over $800,000 or more.
Yes, that's wild to me. This is why I always believed. Okay. Ever since Destiny and GTA came into fruition, GTA 5. When GTA 5 made $1 billion in 1 week, when it came out, it made $1 billion in 1 week. I think once a game hits a certain milestone, there are things that gamers don't have to pay for. So like if you hit 1 billion in your first week or in your first month of the game coming out, which is a rare thing to happen, but if it does happen, which it has happened, I think all DLC should be free from that point. Honestly, if I think not even 1 billion,
And
I
the
think
Artextric
half a billion. Yeah, OG Street Fighter is still up to this day. Like if I think if your game made about 50 million, I mean, yeah, 500 million to in profit, or at least a lot more than it was made for. Because I remember, if I remember, I think GTA 5 took $200 million just to make GTA 5, but they made $1 billion, right?
Also, DLC used to be affordable and worth it.
Yeah, DLC used to be like what?
At one time, I think in the 70s or the 90s, Sega and Nintendo became incredibly rich and are still running successfully.
Yes, they are.
It
like,
was in a World Guinness Record book.
Like average in the early 2010s, I think DLC used to cost about like what? Maximum $15, lowest $3.99. If I remember right. It was like expansion $15, I believe. Or if it was much more than that, I think maximum $30, but I think it was $15 for a whole expansion, right? And that's fine. I think people can get
like
behind
Sims
that.
may not have been everyone's thing, but the DLCs were priced well and were good stuff.
Yes, very much so. I believe so. I never played Sims, but I believe you. I believe you to that extent. Yes.
Skull and Bones
see what
in
they say.
Canada anyway retails for $90 currently at release, and yet you couldn't
$90?
maybe play that game for free. And I'm of the mind that games
what? Go
Stop
wait. Did I hear
overpaying
that
for
right? I don't think I
sunglasses.
heard that
It's
right. I want to hear that right. Go back. What did he just say? What did Debian
like
just say?
this or
Go
Suicide
back.
microtransactions, over 100 hours of content, and tons of secrets like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 with its thousands of decisions,
Sims
story
4
branches, and
DLC is
depths
hot
of
trash
gameplay.
and too
What I
expensive.
believe is happening is that these executives like Ubisoft CEO are so greedy they are trying to make up new terms to justify charging people more.
Said
Skull
say
and
something
Bones in Canada
gangsters
anyway
dissing your
retails
fly
for
girl, so you gotta hit 'em
$90
with one of
currently at
these.
release, and yet you couldn't make me play that game for charging people more. Skull and Bones in Canada anyway retails for $90 currently at release, and yet you couldn't make me play that game for free.
Whoa. The Skull and Bones in Canada is not, well, it's kind of expensive. I kind of expected. Canada is expensive to live in. Canada is expensive to live in, bro. It is expensive. I think they cost high taxes to live in Canada.
Canada also has a fun tax, lol.
A fun tax? Is that real, or are you just saying that just to be like, just memeing? Like, it's expensive in Canada because since, I think it's mainly because of the idea of free healthcare exists. That means if free healthcare exists, that means the taxes will be up the wazoo. So like, for those who don't know, if free healthcare exists in your country, that means a $5 footlong.
It's a special tax on toys and video games, last I remember.
That's crazy because like, if I remember right, if say you went to I don't know if they still have it, but if you go to a Subway and buy a $5 footlong, you're not paying like $5.99.
I think I heard at one time DLC was more than $90, but it was forced to lower down.
Damn.
I think.
Because like,
I read about it somewhere but don't remember it too well.
Because like, if you buy a $5 footlong, right, and it's like $5, like say it's $5.99, or at least it ends up being $6 in tax, you're paying like $20. I'm not kidding. Like a $5 footlong for us, that'll be like $6 something. It's usually $6 something. It's not really $5, or like $5.50. Will be literally like $20. You're paying like double the price because taxes are so high.
And I'm of the mind that games that cost premium amounts like
no, that's
this,
I think that's more of an exaggeration with the $20, but you're paying a lot of money.
Healthcare for all the tax rate often is 60 to 70%.
Yeah, 60 to 70. Oh my god. No, I would never want. Why would you want to live in Canada? Well, I understand free healthcare is awesome. I get that, but like, Jesus, is it really worth everything you have? That's just up the walls. I don't think it's worth it. Like how many times are you like dying of like some type of insane illness, right? Most people just die from cancer or some very bad accident, and most times they're not even gonna make it to the hospital. So free healthcare doesn't really change anything. But I'm just saying, like, is it really worth it? I don't think so.
Suicide Squad should absolutely not have further monetization
California
in the
is more
forms of battle
pricey, I
passes
think,
or
or
shops.
equal to Canada.
I believe it.
Tax-wise, I mean.
I believe
and
it.
Even then, favorites are played with many special groups, from what I've been told.
I believe it because look at California now. California and I guess you can say New York is ended up being like the world of Mad Max, on how things are going. It's not ending well over there, so I wouldn't be surprised. There's a bunch of homelessness and nonsense going on over there, so I wouldn't be too surprised, to be honest.
If your game is quadruple A, whatever, then surely the price someone pays for it should be enough. No, but of course not. It's never enough in the eyes of these people, and their greediness clearly knows no bounds. Never forget that once upon a time, an Electronic Arts executive once attempted to push the concept all the way back in 2012 to charge players money for ammunition in games like Battlefield.
Yeah, that was wild when they actually was thinking of charging you in the game money for ammunition in a video game. Are you serious? An infinite finite of ammo that I can just literally pull out of the game. I have to pay for every time I use a clip. Are you wild? Are you serious? Are you trying to bankrupt yourself?
People have been moving down to Montana because the price of tax and gas has become insane even for the people living there, and they are moving down here cause Montana is lower. You could not pay me to live there, considering if a megaquake hit it could be pushed into the ocean because of where it sits.
That executive, by the way, was John Riccatello, the same guy who last year turned the Unity engine into a hellscape with their whole every download costs devs money nonsense. What I'm getting at here is that there are some very evil and greedy people in industries like gaming that are attempting to ruin it for their gain. And I applaud Larian Studios for blasting these morons on a stage those executives likely paid for, and then telling them to their faces that they are evil and we all hate them. We gain nothing but pure apathy by entertaining.
I'm telling you now, anyone who deals with the Baldur Gates devs, or just in general the company, the studio that makes Baldur's Gate, people are going to worship them like Gabe Newell back in the early 2010s. I still think people still worship Gabe Newell for his Steam and the prices and stuff up to this day, but like they're going to worship this people, and gamers who are tired of this is going to support them in any way they could.
Parasites, and I truly hope games like Baldur's Gate 3 paint a new future for better games that aren't full of microtransactions. And seriously, go back and play Batman Arkham Asylum, especially if you've never played it. You can get it close to nothing these days, and it's so amazing. No, this video is not sponsored by Batman Arkham Asylum. I just really love that game, and I want more people to play it so they can realize how good gaming can be. Then, of course, you have morons who are canceling mods on websites for virtue signaling reasons. This brings us to two mod sites, each being attacked for the removal of mods. First up is Game Banana, a mod site known for hosting many lewd mods for Japanese games. Anyway, they decided to piss off the Persona fanbase by removing a mod that makes one of the female characters in the game more busty and bodacious. According to Game Banana, they did this because the character in question is considered a minor. However, people then went in and discovered that Game Banana has also hosted mods for games like Genshin Impact, which included mods to take other girl characters and put them in skimpy outfits, as you can see on screen now. It should also be stated that Atlus, which owns Persona,
I heard one
in this
gaming
case,
industry, I forget their name, but they tried to overprice a game so badly that I heard that they were threatened to be shut down if they didn't decrease the price and put the customers first. Apparently, it had been happening more than once and gotten away with it.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. And I bet you that game's woke. I bet you that game's woke. See what happened to Saints Row? You guys saw what happened to Saints Row, right? The latest Saints Row. That went out the window so fast. They the company got destroyed completely. It got went
It was a
bankrupt.
very powerful game too.
Damn. What game was it? What game? Please tell what game it was. I would love to know what this game was. Was it a PC game? I feel like it's a PC game for some odd reason. I don't think it's a console game. Because if it was a console game, it probably would have been more mainstream and people would have talked about it. I don't think PC games get all mainstream unless it's like part of the console thing.
Persona 3 Reload Remake also has official outfits in-game of many female characters where they wear stuff that is very lewd and skin-revealing to say the least. Apparently in Japan,
That was a bad dream that never existed as far as I'm CONC errand.
Girl characters in skimpy outfits is fine, so within the context of this game's existence and what the culture is around it, this busty mod is no different than the actual official outfits the
I don't remember
developers have put
exactly.
in it as well.
It was some sort of fighting game. For like PS4
PS4.
or something.
Fighting
It was
game.
very popular though.
Fighting game, fighting game, fighting game, fighting game, fighting game. Can't think of anything.
Not to mention, Game
So you think you know Wix, but do you really?
Let me see. So that's wild, man. Hold on.
in the past to remove their change to the game script of Fire Emblem Engage, which apparently that mod was made to fix the localization issues that woke localizers had done to the game's script.
Damn.
And this modder wanted to make the game's dialogue fall in line with what the actual Japanese script said, but Game Banana forced them to change it back, which was very bizarre. Especially considering Game Banana attempts to—
Wait. So a modder took upon themselves to mod Fire Emblem's localization of the English dub to say the right things that was supposed to be said in the anime or in the video game, and the mod company not only took away the ability for them to do that, but they said no because remember these woke activists has gone to the game, changed up stuff that was not in the what was initially for the game, right? And then got paid for doing this. It's like if you took One Piece, right, and I changed everything.
Like grimacing face.
Like it's like
that is seriously crazy.
That is crazy. Like think of it.
They change it English for a reason sometimes.
Especially
if it's like a rated R game.
Yeah, but imagine like if we took something like One Piece and we changed up things that was said in the anime that we know that people who read the anime or listen to the sub and then listen to the English dub, they change. And I'm not saying they don't change some things, but they get as close as possible to the original as best as they can. And I get that. But when they have Luffy say things that Luffy will never say, things that Luffy will never agree to, things that Zoro will never say or care about, right? Because they can, not because it has anything to do with the story. It just literally just destroys the conversation or the prolonging of the story, and then it just confuses the crap out of like fans. You know what I'm saying? And then say someone took upon themselves to get a mod to change what the woke people said in the thing, and then the company that allows you to use the mod take it away from you and said, nope, don't do that. Because why? You know what I'm saying? Why? This is the right, dialect for whatever we're doing, or at least right script for what was supposed to be in said anime or video game. Why are you taking that away from me? I'm not doing anything wrong. This is what exactly was supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? And it's modded for me. It's not like it's ruining the game. It doesn't alter the game other than the dialogue. What's the problem? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is wild.
Pride itself on being a hands-off mod site that allows sexy and lewd mods to exist freely on their site. Yet it seems some moderators over there at Game Banana have infiltrated the website's team and are now working to force their ideological beliefs upon the site's code of conduct.
No!
It doesn't stop there, however, since of course Nexus Mods has also decided to do some stupid stuff as well. I've covered Nexus Mods in the past already with how they banned modders for releasing mods like removing the pride flags in Spider-Man and then replacing them with American flags. Now, of course, they've doubled down again when it comes to virtue signaling. Recently, the Tomb Raider remasters came out. I did a whole video about that and other things recently, and one of the big stories from that was that Crystal Dynamics released this text screen where when you boot up the remasters, Crystal Dynamics essentially condemns what they call the racism of old Tomb Raider games.
What the hell?
They basically virtue signal saying, look, we think these games are outdated and racist and we don't support it, but they also financially benefit from the sales of these games as well.
That doesn't make any
not
sense.
Only feels gross, but really moronic.
That's like saying I condemned eating like pets.
I remember hearing about that. When the video game crash happens, a lot of these companies are going to fold and new gaming legends will have a chance to take over.
Yep.
Disgusted by the alleged racism of these remasters, you should donate the money that you get from the sales. But of course, they won't. It's just shallow virtue signaling. Anyway, back to Nexus mods. Apparently, another modder thought that text screen when you boot up the Tomb Raider remasters was really stupid and created a mod that removes that text screen from the game. Well, Nexus Mods didn't like that and forcibly removed that mod from their website, saying it goes against their policies, and that removing the content warning, which was issued by Crystal Dynamics for pandering purposes, is integral to the experience of these Tomb Raider remastered games. So what we're witnessing here, fellas, is two mod sites yet again shooting themselves in the feet for being idiots. Game Banana cannot try to be some virtuous website against...
I'm not gonna lie,
I heard a lot of people stopped playing the games when they said that sort of stuff on their screens.
Yeah.
It started a lot of fights, so I heard.
Yeah, this is gonna be a major problem. I've been hearing a lot about this a lot. I thought it was gonna be like a one-time thing with the whole flag problem with the Spider-Man thing, but I'm starting to realize this. You know, once you hear one thing, there's always another. It's never like one. I noticed something as life goes on. It's never one isolated incident. It's just one isolated incident that you heard, but if you put in more work into understanding what happened, you start hearing this more.
Lewdness when their site is drowning in that sort of content already. It would be like going to a brothel and they're banning someone from engaging in 18+ only activities within their establishment. Like, my brother in Christ. That's the entire point of a brothel.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
That's what Game Banana is doing here. If your site is full of lewd outfits and mods for Japanese games, yet you draw the line here.
Then wait, why have the lewd stuff if you're not going to let the people have it? You know, that's like me being a car dealership, having like expensive cars, and when people want the expensive car that they can afford and take it for free or take it for a spin, I'm telling them no. Nope, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Nope. Then why do you have it?
And why do you even exist in the first place? While yeah, it is weird Atlas put such lewd skins for characters who are in high school, I can't really say it's wrong considering games like Persona and others are made with the cultural guidelines and inspiration of a completely different society than my own. And if you go on Google, the age of consent right now in Japan currently is 16, which would mean within the eyes of the Japanese community, from the developers, studios, and regulations, then a 16-year-old wearing these outfits is totally fine for them. But obviously, within a Western mindset, the age of consent is 18, or at least that's what it is in Canada anyway. So obviously, if a Western moderator is looking at this Japanese mod and then applying their cultural rules and beliefs upon it, then this mod is seen in a different light. But then the argument is raised that moderators should not be pushing their belief systems or ideals upon the mods on the site with varying levels of intensity, especially due to the cultural differences presented here. It's a big, messy situation, but ultimately I think Game Banana is in the wrong here since, like I said, the age of consent is 16 in Japan. The game is Japanese, and its plot, setting, and characters are all very clearly set within Japan, and it was made by an all-Japanese dev team too. But I doubt this is the last we'll see of this kind of pandering, since Nexus mods removing that Tomb Raider screen is also moronic. And I agree keeping it there is stupid to begin with, cause this backpedaling, virtue signaling, finger wagging that people do where they retroactively condemn older content for not fitting newer ideals is stupid. The Tomb Raider games in this remaster came out decades ago. They should be experienced how they are and not shamed for their decisions.
Yes, for real.
And if you believe that Nexus Mods was right, I'd love to hear what you have to say in the comments. But if you want my take, I don't agree with it, but it's clear the gaming industry across the board is in some very weird places right now. Whether it's Larian Studios shitting all over the greedy executives in front of their faces, or games like Skull and Bones looking worse than a PS3 game, or these moderators pandering by removing mods, it's very obvious that this industry has a lot of growing to do and a lot of stupid stuff is still happening. I hope this video at least was positive in the sense that the developers who were laid off finally had their voices heard, since the Game Awards would definitely never let that happen. And I'm glad the various gaming communities out there are speaking out against mob websites for being dumbasses.
Actually, I love how I love how the people who are for gamers by gamers hijacked who got the reward, right, for their game.
I heard some gaming industries, especially the culture ones, got into a huge fight about the culture talk.
Yeah, then
it got super heated. It almost got shut down. What is really sickening is that the equality and equity people are trying to intercept small projects as of late.
Oh god. Like indie projects, or like projects that they've been working on that might be culturally insensitive or some crap? Because that's what I'm hearing here. Unless that's also another thing. God, everyone's forcing me to think. God, man, what is wrong with people? Okay, there we go. Whew. Okay. I think I got pretty close to. Should I do one? Nah, I'll stop from here. It's right 8:31. All right. So I wanted to do two videos, but I think this is just fine. So I'm gonna stop it from here. We did a bunch of studies, per se, as you can say. We did a bunch of studies today, and we got pretty close.
I don't know how, but somehow someone found out about the card game I'm involved with.
The hell? For real? What, is that going to, like, ruin sales for you? I remember, I think you said that the game is going to be, I don't think it's free. It's a actual, like, it's a board game, isn't that? If I remember right. But I think I did enough
and
here.
And then sent the usual message saying, wouldn't it be a terrible thing if we said it was not racially balanced?
Oh god. Oh, so annoying. Alright, so with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you guys for watching today's hot take. Sorry I didn't get to do two. So we listened to Ademion and his opinion and what's going on in the gaming industry. Like always, thank you, Ademion. You're amazing. Love your work.
Have a good night.
Have a great night, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys for coming in, for those who are here, also on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. If you guys want to be part of those podcasts, because this will be uploaded.
Good night, everyone.
This will be re-uploaded on YouTube for just this section alone, for the Edemion part. Everything else won't be. So this will be like 20 minutes of a video or something. So, and I'll make the thumbnail for it later. So with that said, have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Follow me on my other platforms. If you guys want to be part of these videos, come follow me on YouTube or come on TikTok, or the case may be, and all that great stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys. This was amazing, and we did a bunch of sketching. So with that said, I am out. Bye bye, guys. Okay. All right, I'm out.